So currently, people should be able to hear me in 4K. Nice. Yeah, it's a bit aggressive. That noise gate is just a bit aggressive for me. Not aggressive. A bit aggressive. Here is my voice without the noise gate. Here's my voice with a compressor. Here's my voice with extremely aggressive compression, I think. Here's my voice with, I'm talking really low, and I boost the gain. I've increased the ratio, and I'm still talking kind of quietly. Yeah, I don't think the ratio is going to work. I think. Ratio, oh! Yeah, I'm going to boost it again. I don't freaking care. All my years of producing, and I'm still not good with compressors. Incredible. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. When I talk, this is my lowest volume. This is my comfortable speaking volume. This is me talking from over here. Talk. I'm talking with the compressor on. Let's another feedback loop. Okay, talking now. Take off all the fancy little effects. Psych. No! I want to create a channel. I already have one, thank you. Sorry, John, you're going to have to suffer through this a bit. Oh, jeez. We're already after a cringe start. Are we currently suffering, John? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Sorry that I'm as silent as Silento. Okay. Let's see who's in here. Just minor ear aches. Your sacrifice was worth it. As long as the live stream goes well because of your sacrifice to your health, thank you. I think it's worth it. Me? Oh no, I could never suffer. Never. Lord Farquaad, Bruce. Who you mean, Luke? I actually do hope that people actually attend it this time. I don't know where's Luke. I don't know where anyone is anymore. He's just like, am I even able to have a final live stream now? Because I don't. I honestly think that you're the only one, unless if someone comes in and says hello. This is kind of depressing. If page him, I did. I paged him on my BlackBerry or whatever the frick it is. Yeah, I'm too loud. I'm way too loud. I'm hard clipping like a hard clipper. I'm hard clipping more than someone who mows their lawn aggressively. What's weird is that I have a Christian friend. Maybe I won't say his name, but we've been friends since kindergarten. And he lives in North Carolina. It's not Josh, because I didn't know Josh in kindergarten. And we've been Zooming, or Skyping technically, over the years. And I've been texting him here and there, and then since April, he stopped texting. Completely stopped communicating with me, and I don't know whether I should be concerned or not. Because that's not like anyone I know, including someone who I was best friends with since kindergarten. But whatever! If you can hear me. Yeah, he does. He definitely does. He has social media. He's not the biggest frequenter on there, but I'm not used to him completely ceasing communication for how many months? 4 months. And we didn't have a falling out or anything. I'm probably going to cut this portion out of the live stream if I can actually hold the final live stream today. Because if no one's going to join for like 30 minutes, well then, sorry me and sorry you. The universe has decided that. Even as soul-crushing and life-altering as that realization could be. Yeah, it was well attended. I was really happy about that. And then the 2 other streams went downhill, I guess. The second one I was fine with, but then it didn't have the same momentum as last time. And then yesterday was nothing, literally nothing. I literally privated the stream and I put it as a 2.5. I'm hoping that this isn't the same thing as yesterday. Apparently Luke is at work right now. And honestly, I might be wasting my time with advertising to TikTok, because I doubt that anyone on TikTok even has heard a single song from me. I think they just come there for the memes and that's it. Like, yeah. So, I mean, I couldn't gauge whether or not, because even when I hold the polls, people just don't vote. Andrew, okay, faith revived. A delicious dinner. Spicy. You guys can hear me, right? And I'm not destroying your eardrums every 5 seconds. Yeah, you have to tell the entire 2 people in the chat, including you and John. Ham with mac and cheese and green beans. Hope you didn't put the green beans inside of it. That sounds like a horror fan fiction. Either that, or I just have a really unnatural disdain for vegetables on average. Okay, huh? I almost had a heart attack there. Okay, so I'm not crazy about vegetables. I heard this, and I have reason to believe so, but it's not necessarily a fact. I heard that even though we are omnivores, we lean more towards carnivores. And I think there is evidence to support that. Although obviously we were created to be vegetarians from the start due to God's, way of doing things. Once the animals we were able to kill and eat, then we were omnivores, or God mandated that. And then I heard recently from Jordan Peterson, I saw a video of him talking about how his daughter had a lot of recurring depression. Presumably, another thing you gotta take with a grain of salt. Maybe it was depression that she just couldn't get rid of for whatever reason. And she also had, I think, some really bad joint pains or bone pains or whatever. And he also was suffering through certain things. So he went on a carnivorous diet for 5 years. And he's literally in better shape than years prior, which is really awesome. I mean, the trendy thing is obviously to be a vegan, but every single trend that I see, I fly in the face of. So that's why Slave Driver exists. That's literally the reason why I made that song. That's a primary reason. And yeah. This is my vegan body! If you guys don't know what that is, you're better off not knowing. I gotta adjust my AC. It's like you could probably hear that in 9K. Okay, I keep saying 9K and 4K as if it means something anymore. Okay, so we gotta somehow get the AC to not be loud as a jet engine. But I can't, because my AC isn't even that loud compared to my voice in the... My AC's over there. My voice is right here. Alright, since I'm not immediately able to monitor how many people are in the live stream, if you're not Andrew S. or John Jackson in your live stream, please say hello. Otherwise, I will teleport to your house and throw a green bean at you. A pack of green beans at you. You will not like that, I assure you. Even if you're vegan. Ah, heck yeah, Peter. Hello, Peter. Oh, you won't get that, unfortunately. Is there a reason... Wait. I don't know how the AC just... Help, guys. I need to look up a how-to tutorial on how to friggin' use plugins properly, apparently. Because 13 years of producing didn't mean anything. Andrew, that's too hardcore. Sorry, we can't grab Hillary Clinton from whatever occult meeting she's in and have her harass civilians. Sorry, it's a good idea, but we just... Oh, speaking of which, well, actually, no, I don't want to reveal that yet. We have to get to the end of the live stream to get to the really spicy part. So basically, we start off with the fear, and by the end of 7 Days of Fire, our tongues will be on fire, and our ears, obviously. Well, more like our ears, because you're listening to audio. Actually, it's a multi-sensory experience when you listen in this live stream. By the end of 7 Days of Fire, your entire existence is on fire. Then once we get to the spicy clips, some of which are personal cringe moments, you will cease to exist because the fire is so great. Yeah, but we need more people to chat. Or at least, If your name is not Peter, Andrew S., or John Jackson, I've reinstated the mandate that you must comment, because I'm currently incapable of monitoring the chat because I'm only able to see the comments. That's it, not how many people. I want to get a healthy enough number and more of a diverse crowd. Yeah, I know the word diverse, but a big enough crowd where I can say spicy things and it can stick with people. Let's just say that. Is Frigbook not allowing me to post for some reason? Makes sense. They haven't banned me yet. This doesn't make sense. I'm used to like the whole pencil icon. Oh, okay. What I've noticed with social media design more and more is that they're making it softer and less offensive. It's minimalism on steroids. Nothing is allowed to be offensive. If you have any central idea, throw it out the window. Like, I'm trying to give you guys an example. Architecture, for example. Yeah, everything has to be like. The irony is that when you have a millennial gray apartment, so to speak, that's kind of a basic example of an inoffensive, minimalist design with no personality. Again, it's ironic because I like that millennial gray, mid 23-year-old apartment look. AKA when you walk into Mick Cafe, exactly like that looks. Apparently, I like that, but I also minimalism is on steroids. I don't know. I'm rambling, obviously. So do you mean as an architecturally speaking for high schools, or how people look? Yeah, I bet. I think I've heard that at some point within American education, if you were to teach, at least in elementary school, it was mandatory that you knew how to play piano. And I don't know how to interpret that within my worldview, but that's just interesting. To me, that sounds like someone who I don't. It sounds like someone who's I don't know. I'd have to like think this through, so I don't want to open my mouth. Or even if it's something as inoffensive as learning the piano and singing mandated in schools, like this is the part where I advertise to the TikTok kids. You guys are going to be part of a reality breaking experience once again. Five. Kidding. Hey, TikTok. I'm currently live streaming. If you like Christian music, but you like EDM, and you like learning about cool things and how to apply things in life, be at this live stream right as we speak. Currently editing the TikTok in 4K. I wonder if you guys can hear this looped over and over again. That'd be absolutely hilarious. I've become silent. Sorry that you guys are currently unconscious right now because this live streaming is boring so far. As long as we get enough people, we're gonna send it. So to reiterate, my intention is for this to go on from 8 to 10. So actually, I think 11 p.m. is really an extreme end of thing. Kind of. So I'm thinking 10:45 will be maybe the end. 11 p.m. at the extreme end. So like, or hopefully around 8 p.m. Start. And in between, again, like unfortunately, you guys may be bored to death from this concept, but I'll be playing the album from The Fear all the way to 7 Days of Fire. I know that you guys, or at least John, has heard most of the songs on the album by now. It doesn't hurt to reiterate what you're hearing because despite the end, you need to hear the full album. It's like you don't go to the final boss as your first boss. And so, yeah, and so, album, probably you guys have already heard this 9 billion times, but the album is 2 hours and 8 minutes long. I'm going to be hopefully playing a few clips here and there, both for myself and other things, for about 30 minutes. So yeah, that should be around like 10:45 the latest. I may actually start like at 8:05 or 8:10 to really try and get us some bigger numbers. Yeah, I don't know why I always say 9 as an extreme number. I think it makes sense because, like, when you think of base 10, the largest number before you get to the second grouping, which is 10, 9. 0 through 9, the high 9 is the highest number. Then 10 through 19, 19 is the highest number. Yeah, 9K. I don't even know if we can see an 8K. That matters. Uh, thank goodness John's here. Thank goodness that people are. So we got 3 people. 3 people. John, Andrew, and Peter. Please let me know if you can stay until 10:45, 11 p.m. Peter, your comment is desired from the chat. And we got 4 people. He's not sure, but he'll try, and that's what matters. Just like God, he cares about our intention. Yeah. Who is the 4th mystery person? We desire to know. 5? What are you talking about? I only 5. He said 5 before I saw it. That means that he's a prophet. Dang! Got a prophet in the chat, bro. John, what are you? One of the 2 witnesses? What are you? One of the 2 prophets against the false prophet? That'd be mind blowing again. 4 now. I hope the mystery people say. Alright, so I'll wait a few more minutes to reiterate. For all the people who already have heard this 9 billion times, feel free to put in some earplugs. But we're going to play K2L, the entirety of the album. Hopefully, the mystery 2 people who abstain from chatting don't really know too much about me or my music or whatever. So K2L is my second album that I wrote in 2016. It's an EDM album that has a lot of hard dubstep, hard drum and bass type elements to some really like aggressive sounding music. Also, parts of it are really nice, more think of it like classical music, but electronic. And so the album, my testimony of my findings about mental mental issues I had when I was a teenager, and things I started to realize about the world, and things in life that I wanted to explore, like nature or video games. Couldn't always, especially video games, can't live in the video world. I don't care how much virtual reality tries to look real; it ain't real, kids. So that all that led to me becoming a Christian follower of Jesus. So if you like that, you're gonna want to join in on the fun. Hear the entire album all the way through. It's cinematic, and I'm 99.999%. Wait, can you hear me? Am I? Is my voice going in or not? How much did you guys hear? How much did you guys hear? Like maybe maybe the effects I put on are garbage. We got three band equalizer, we've got compressor and noise gate. Well, we're gonna have to strip all of them of their privileges of existing. So goodbye. All right. Is this good? Because I watched the first live stream, the recording of it, and apparently when you listen to the music, it is deafening, and my voice is as quiet as a fly buzzing in Antarctica. The ending of my words, do they still go out? Just lower the volume. Oh, okay. What do you mean, no? Nice. One person decided to exit forever the live chat. Press F to pay respects. Everyone, do me a favor. Put F in the chat. We lost a soldier. Nice. Yep. I'm also going to do the same TikTok thing that now I'm going to do on Instagram. Attention all Instagram people. I'm currently in a live stream for my album K2L. This is the final one. And I'm going to be playing hardcore and lightcore EDM music that all are based off of my testimony of becoming a Christian. So, if you want to hop in on this live stream, it's going to be until 11 p.m. the latest. It's going to be memes. There's going to be wisdom. It's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe some controversy to spice things up. But yeah, you're going to be there at Exero Music on YouTube. Stay tuned and God bless. Oh, wait, don't stay tuned because you have to tune in now. I wonder if you guys can hear that. It's really going to break our sense of reality. You can hear it in crystal clear audio. So I'm also wondering if other streams. Well, actually, no, because I saw it myself. But it's interesting to know that if you can hear me, you can hear the quiet audio of my phone. How come you guys? How come there isn't this weird feedback loop of me playing the audio out of my laptop and being fed into the recording of this? I don't know, but I'm not gonna ask questions because I like that. Thank you, Lord. So, voice cracks always spice things up, guys. If you want to spice up your public prayer in life, just do a little voice crack sometimes, just make it a little spicy. Like, Heavenly Father, thank you so much for giving us milk today. I don't know. The other day, when I was driving, there's like this thing attached to a pole, and it had this really red blinking light, and I wanted to go by, but then people started honking at me and stuff. I hate when that happens. I feel like that's been happening before. It's kind of annoying. 8:10, we are starting, because I'm not waiting any longer. I mean, I really honestly wonder... Oh. Yeah, well, we shouldn't curse, because cursing is a lie that makes us feel like we're relieving stress when we're just agitating ourselves further. Yeah, New Jersey may very well be one of the, I don't think we're the worst state. I think California is. I know. Not a very interesting take, very generic and cliche, but sometimes life is like that. I think when you talk about blue skies, it's really hard to have a controversial take on that, let's just say. So, that's a lot of things in life. California is a garbage state. It's a pre-New World Order hellhole. Skies are blue and beautiful when there's not too many clouds. And 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay. Yeah, it's still gotta wait 4 more minutes. Oh, that's funny. 4 people watching. Started 44 minutes ago, apparently. And we're gonna start in 4 minutes. Another Holy Spirit moment right there. I'm gonna start saying that on this channel now. Whenever God does something obvious, it's a Holy Spirit moment. Yeah, you're gonna hopefully hear by the end of this live stream why I keep saying 4. If you haven't caught notice of that yet, we'll see how that plays out. Why does Daniel keep talking about the number 4? What is this, preschool where he talks about his favorite number and his favorite color? No, I don't. That's not the point. Well, there's a lot of mystery people that just choose not to reveal themselves. Because I think one of the reasons is because maybe they just don't have an account, so they can't really say anything. Or they have an account. Imagine if it was Kevin. Imagine if it was your brother. Yeah, he's aggressively silent. I think if he was interrogated by the FBI, all the FBI agents would just say, "You're free to go. We can't take it anymore." So yeah. I first talked to Kevin when I was 19. Delicious, beautiful bouquet of a meme right there. I don't think I'm using the term meme properly anymore, but it doesn't matter. Andrew, you're not allowed to like NFTs because the conservative opinion, there's such thing as like, I mean, you guys probably would already know this, that both the left and the right are just controlled. So you can be conservative, but then you could also be conservative, but be willingly part of the machine of the B system. Andrew, you are free to like NFTs, but I'm gonna have to ban you from the chat from now on. No, I'm kidding. Honestly, my opinion on NFTs is I don't care too much about them. What's the right word? I don't even know what I was gonna say. Conceptually, that's it. Conceptually speaking, I actually do like NFTs. I mean, I've heard the argument that NFTs are stupid because you could just screen record someone's digital property, or you could do this or that. Well, the whole point is this honor system. You're never going to prevent robbers from stealing. You're never going to prevent mass shooters from shooting up places. You're never going to prevent mass murderers from finding a way to do things, etc. So NFTs are just, from what I would think, are just a next level to something like iTunes. A footnote, it's weird that a lot of people don't think that iTunes exists anymore. It's still here. Like, I literally just put K2L up on there. Don't buy it from iTunes yet, because it's literally $30 on iTunes, and I have to adjust that price. That is not right. I would never charge anyone for a standard album like that. Well, it's 8:10. Let's start. Hopefully this fourth viewer will stick around. We have iTunes on our old school computers. Good. Alright, so I want to go back into theater mode because we're in the movie theater of Exero. Alright, I was about to do a life hack where my mouse wasn't working. I didn't want to touch my mouse for some reason, so I wanted to touch screen my laptop, which you can do. It wouldn't let me, so life hack retracted. So number one, no, Locked and Bundled is not the first song on the album. That was actually one of the points I was just about to make. So even though The Fear is only 1 minute, I still consider it an actual song. Like, I know that sometimes people have like different mentalities when it comes to songs. Like, a lot of people think if it's a 10-minute song, it's not a song, it's a piece. Yes and no, because I make the rules. So, let me actually read your entire comment, unfiltered, uncensored, on Live Leak. So no, it's so hard to gauge what's the first song made. What does even made mean? Before I even begin to answer that question, when I make a song, starting with the 15th parallel, actually, I started to overlap. Like, no longer would I make a song within a day or within a week. I would overlap, because sometimes it would be based off of inspiration, because I just didn't want to work on a song on a certain day. But the first song that I started, like I actually put audio in for, I think it would be Locked and Bundled, but it sounded, that rough draft demo was completely different sounding from this. The only thing it had in common was that it's both are drum and bass. Locked and Bundled's demo is really weird. Well, at least for you guys. For me, it's like a lot of, like, my first 40 demo albums, the entirety of it's kind of weird, except for maybe the last album, which was, the last demo album was Devastation Technique. That was like the least weird thing I've ever done within my demo albums. And it was actually, while I'm on that note, good thing is that I've got one of the notebooks I did for K2L. So this right here, I started this notebook in July 2014, and it holds everything that I did for K2L, notes and stuff. And so one of the first tracks, I'm going off on a tangent already. Exorbitant. I don't even know if that's the right word, but yes, Locked and Bundled was technically the first song that I made, but it was, conceptually speaking, since my very first demo album, Volume, and from April 2010, I would always write track lists first. I always had the concepts down and heard things in my head before they ever got to the computer or composition paper or my notebook. And so, yeah, Locked and Bundled was the first one. Thank you, fam. One other thing I wanted to mention about The Fear was that, as far as I remember, I don't know if I should say that. Let's start off with the basics. The Fear is not in 4/4. For a lot of people, I wouldn't just say that, because that's really extreme basic information. That's basically, I'm 14 and this is deep information. But for you guys, it just may be interesting, so I'll say it. So the Fear, a lot of the time, I was used to Genesis, the band Genesis, playing like in odd time signatures. So this is what most songs go by: 1, 2, 3, 4. Certain songs can be something like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But Genesis, when I was 13, making the 15th parallel, or about to, they did other time signatures, like typically referred to as odd time signatures. Sometimes because they are literally odd numbers, not even. Sometimes because they're a bit weird. Like 7/4 would be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it doesn't have to be that way either. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. And so a time signature that I don't remember ever hearing in Genesis was 5/4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I wanted to make an entire song in 5/4. Yeah, it's a minute. I don't get bragging points with the intellectuals in college, but it's something. So The Fear was in 5/4. And if you guys recall, or may have heard me say this, I made The Fear because there were two artists who made a song called The Fear. One that I still listen to this day, since the beginning of K2L Night, named Mike Paradinas. And his name if you can actually see this for yourself, if you look at my address bar, which I can't zoom in at the moment for, to this day, I still know how to type that without a normal keyboard. Well, on a normal keyboard, but obviously there's no mu symbol there. And so that's one of the things I've memorized by heart how to do. So his name is this, but it's pronounced music. He's trying to be underground as crap, and I don't know why. But he made a song called The Fear on his album Royal Astronomy, and that inspired... That's the reason why parts of this album are classical. Because Royal Astronomy had a classical influence on it. But he made a song called The Fear, and it didn't sound scary at all. It sounded like freedom, and so I was like, someone else... Like, I was also looking into this artist, I think she's a pop musician named Lily Allen. And I listened to her song, The Fear, for a little bit. And that also sounded equally not scary, from what I remember. So I was like, screw it, I'm going to make a fearful song called The Fear, so I did it. And the rest is history. Obviously, that's not the full story, but that's the spicy part. Locked and Bundled was based off of the very first flagship song about my struggles with obsessive compulsive disorder. I wrote a personal surrealist story that I'm never going to share to the internet because I shouldn't. But the story was what it was like to have OCD. I felt like I was locked up in a cage, just constantly, like, being forced to remember things that I found on the internet that I didn't like, or more broadly speaking, things where I felt dishonored or delegitimized or just felt hurt and I couldn't get out of it. So I felt like I was in a cage. Obviously, there's more details, but that's not important. So Locked and Bundled was about that. And the interesting thing is that, to me, is that The Fear and Locked and Bundled are based off the same passage. For God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of love and of power and love and self-control. And so these songs are the opposite of how you apply that in life. So these songs do not give you a feeling of power. You're powerless. It's just like you're beaten down by this aggressive sound and force. It definitely sounds angry and hateful. And it sounds like you're out of control. So that's how it works, fam. Let's move on. Now you can hear me. Nice. I have to turn this on and off because I don't want to risk having the AC, you hearing my air conditioning over the music, because that's not epic to its powers. So, obviously we already know that this song is about, if you're, oh bro, look at the hypebeast shirt that he's wearing, how much did he pay for that? Or, oh, look at this new movement in the political arena. Or, oh, look at this and that. The world is constantly like this, and most people lack critical thinking. It is very scary. Actually, thank the Lord that I remembered this. So I found this video. I watched this guy named Tick History. He's a very interesting, I guess you could say historian. I would consider him a historian. And so, one of the videos that I just saw, maybe a day or two ago, was a documentary, just a 30-minute plus video of how he thinks that Marxists and Nazis are on the same team, but the reason why they think that they're at odds with each other is this thing called the dialectic. And the way the dialectic works is that all you have to do is use some fancy smancy terminology, and people will eat everything up. Of course, Marxism, fascism, Nazism, and other isms are different. They aren't the same. Fascism and Nazism are not the same thing. Marxism is not the same as the other two. But in principle, when you look into how many things they have in common, and also when you look at, more broadly speaking, when you look into the fact that Hitler was a Gnostic, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Karl Marx was a Freemason. I'm going to double check my work on that right now. Quick note, I didn't even realize that I have this listening party in another browser on my YouTube channel for some weird reason. I hope you guys didn't hear a double of the audio. Was the audio crystal clear as last time? Okay, good. So I'm going to double check my work. Pretty sure Karl Marx was a Freemason. So as far as I know, I can't entirely look into this right now, but he was a Freemason, and Freemasons and Gnostics really have, to me, minute differences. Gnostics and Freemasons are kind of the same thing. So are New Agers, so are a lot of different secret organizations. And so, people could be led into cults and not even know it. Even though I like to believe that the term cult, one of the requirements of being in a cult is that it's small, but now at least I honestly wish that there was a better phrase for this, but I believe that thousands upon millions upon people right now are in a cult. A cult, not a cult. A cult. And so you've got people of cultist personalities like Trump. Not that I'm saying I'm anti-Trump necessarily, but I'm also not. I'll only applaud the guy if he does something right. If he doesn't, well then I'll criticize him, like I should. Sure, I will do the spark notes when you've said you're back. So, yeah, it's very easy to draw people to cult of personalities. It's very easy to draw people into, think of Jonestown. Jonestown was led by a cult, I don't know how much crazy things I could say right now that are mind-blowing. All I know is that Nazis, fascists, and Marxists have too much in common for them to really be fighting each other that aggressively over. Oh, and another fun fact, most Nazis are anti-Semitic. I find that term problematic because I believe that multiple groups that aren't Jewish are considered Semitic. But most Nazis, not all, are anti-Jews, because there are other Nazi groups within other countries like Czechoslovakia. In fact, they were the first real Nazis. But anyway, there's your little TED Talk for this song. Yeah, so to state the obvious, the hard clanking of metals in the song is what it's like to sound like, I don't know, getting whipped or something, and something to do with slavery, like clanking of chains and stuff. So that's one of the basic applications of the song. So, and I'll break the fourth wall here a bit. Some of the songs, like especially like my first 4 albums, some of the songs I don't think are as layered as other ones. I don't think that they, what would you say? They're not as jam packed with being consistent with the verse here. So Slave Driver is not as adherent to the verse and topic as Locked and Bundled. And Locked and Bundled is not as adherent to the verse and topic as 7 Days of Fire. And 7 Days of Fire and K2L as a whole is not as adherent to verses as what BioArmor will be. So there's your little heads up to the greatness of BioArmor. Yeah. So yeah, we're just gonna wait for Andrew to come back because Andrew or no stream. It's Andrew or no stream. I mean, obviously it's not like I'm joking, but also not joking at the same time. Is that third person Andrew again? Who knows? It's like that play, I think it's the play, Waiting for Godot, that Seinfeld is based off of. Is Andrew here? We don't know. I guess one person just decided to jump in and jump out. It's like jumping in a pool in 4K. Yeah, I'm going to stop monitoring the chat. I don't think that matters right now. The third person is back. Rated PG-13. But is the third person Andrew? Who knows? While we wait for Andrew, I think I'll say some other spicy information. So another layer that for a long time I didn't want to talk about K2L, but I feel like would be beneficial to us all, is that K2L was a lot of what caused the issues that inspired K2L exclusively. We're looking at things on the internet that I didn't like and greatly disturbed me. I'm about to mentally reassess whether or not I should say this. Again, I'm still trying to reassess this because this may be TMI, but as long as it's not too weird or whatever, I'll say it. So let's just say that video games, love them. They got characters. They're cool. But when you go onto YouTube, people are just weird. It's not just when you watch a video game character, people are just talking about how cool the video game is. Sometimes people get really weird. Not to insult or judge people or whatever, but some people really need to seek help. Some people write weird fan fictions that are extremely disturbing. Some of them just bizarre. Some of them make me depressed. Well, not depressed, but that's a bit of an exaggeration. But some of that stuff, like the internet, it's basically just it's like the bathroom stall, except not always bad. You both get the garbage of the internet, where people just vent their opinions as if they don't have a conscience. Then you've also got people like, for example, take history. Out of many examples I can provide, like Joe Kirby from Off the Curb Ministries, they use the internet for good, and some people just use it as a tool. But the dark side is what led to K2L, because those people really need help, and they wanted me. I needed to get help because of that. So yeah, that's probably TMI, but It could be a lot more TMI things I could say, but I don't care. Yeah, so... So I'm starting to almost run out of things I could say about this portion of the album so far, the first 3 songs, because there's a point where I have to just cut off the information because either it's not interesting or it's like describing a pimple. You could either say you have a gross pimple on your face, or you could say, well, then I cut open the pimple with my fingernails and then pus came out. See, some information is just not worth saying. I'll say another spicy piece of information about K2L. K2L went through an aggressive amount of track lists. So I was constantly rewriting track names over the course of 2015, and I was rewriting song concepts. So at one point, for example, Locked and Bundled got renamed to Again and Again, got renamed to Fall of Man, maybe another name, I don't know. Slave Driver got renamed a few times to In Chains. It got renamed to... It was combined with another song initially and then cut off again. And during that period when it was merged with part of Meanwhile, it was called Fifth Age, I think. And it was... yeah. So, Andrew, I'll just give you the spark notes. I don't remember what you missed. I don't. I'll try to restart this train of thought. So K2L, even though number one, it's not normal for people to write an album over the course of a year and a half. Yeah, sorry, bro. I can't remember that exact amount of time ago what I was saying. In full detail, it's okay. You'll be able to watch the live chat again, or maybe John can type in the chat what he remembers. But all of us, whatever. So anyway, over the course of a year and a half, K2L was extremely exhausting because number one, it went on for that long, and I never wrote a body of work for that long. And I was literally at the beginning of my teenage years, so that's going to be rough. Number three, I was converting world beliefs. Not only was I changing from Catholic to Christian, I had to do it all on my own. Obviously not all on my own because the Lord was guiding me. But I didn't know a single person who could help me until 2017. Meanwhile, I was going to 2 different churches now that I'll never go back to because both of them are progressive. Maybe not brazenly progressive as far as I remember, but it was progressive enough where I don't want to go back, despite me loving those people. So I was going through so much, and a lot of things that had a lot of tumultuous change were the number of rewrites of the track list. It's like there must have been at least 20 track lists, maybe 30, for K2L over the course of October 2014 till I would say July 2016. So that must have been at least 20, maybe even pushing 40 track lists. And it also depends on your strict definition of track list. So I was changing song names left and right because sometimes I would want a different angle on the song. Like Slave Driver, if you didn't hear what I was saying, Andrew, Slave Driver got rewritten to the title of In Chains. It once was going to be combined with part of Meanwhile, the first half of Meanwhile. It was going to be combined with that. It would have been called Fifth Age. Because we're in to occultists and New Agers and Gnostics and whatnot, we're within the 5th age of man. Or we're going to be, or something like that. And so I was trying to use that knowledge against them and say, the next age, or the age we are entering, is when God judges man, not when man ascends to godhood. Quite the opposite. But anyway, let's move along, shall we? So, oh, you guys can hear me. I never turned down the AC. Rest in eardrums or something. So, Neurotrek, I actually, like, what should I say? So, first off, Neurotrek, for the longest time, I didn't remember this when I was working on K2L. I think by the end of K2L in 2016, I didn't remember this. But apparently, this entire song branched off of a portion of Locked and Bundled. When I wrote Locked and Bundled, it was going to actually have more, like, completely different sounding sections. I wish Kevin was here. He's not. He said he would. I told him, be at the live stream or you'll be a four-sided line. He said he'll be a four-sided line, so rest in geometry. So, because Josh, when you and Kevin collide, it lights up an entire room on fire. A fire is brighter than the Maui space lasers that struck it. Yeah, I've heard that space lasers struck it, and obviously they're not going to say that in the propaganda stream. Yeah, I'll never call CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, etc. as news. It's propaganda. I'll always call it that. So anyway, Neurotrek branched off from Locked and Bundled. Locked and Bundled was also... I was going to have a section of that, and it was going to be expanded upon in the bonus track to this album. I'm not going to say the bonus track title because surprises and fun and stuff. So Neurotrek, it's weird because I would have changed the name, but I didn't want to. But Neurotrek sounds an awfully lot like neuro funk, neuro drum and bass, and that is a type of drum and bass that Locked and Bundled is. But Neurotrek is not hard drum and bass at all. It's not a type of hard drum and bass, because neurofunk, at least the Wikipedia definition of it is, because a lot of this is another point I wanted to make tonight. EDM is kind of a mess when you try to classify things at all. The more you try to classify things and divide them into subgenres and subgenres, the more people have no idea what they're talking about. Or, if they do know what they're talking about, it's minute differences to me. So, you've got two main kind of styles of drum and bass, not genres, but styles. We've got hard and light. Neurotrek is light. I would consider it liquid funk. But when people say funk, they're front loading the phrase with "this has to sound funky." Neurotrek is not funky at all, and the same situation happens with neurofunk. So neurofunk is a hard type of drum and bass that incorporates funk elements into it. A lot of the time it does kind of sound funky, but it's very sparse. A lot of influences within these types of EDM things are very sparse. When I think of funk, I think of funk. It's as bold and brazen as jazz. And according to Wikipedia, neurofunk has jazz elements in it as well, which I haven't heard enough neurofunk to say yes to that, or maybe I have, and maybe Wikipedia is just feeding me false hope. But then you've got tech step. Now, when I think of tech step, I don't necessarily want to assume that it's... when I think of tech step, I think of drum and bass that is really sci-fi sounding. Not necessarily that it's hard drum and bass, but technically tech step is a precursor to neurofunk. So they basically, and I've noticed that when people throw those two terms together, they sound indifferentiable, if that's a word. So I would want to classify Neurotrek as tech step because it sounds like it's very, very sci-fi-ish, but it's not, so I can't use the phrase at all. So, yeah, I could go off on another rant about that, but also another thing, when you use the phrase step, like dubstep, it doesn't always mean dubstep. And I'll demonstrate another issue with EDM subgenre names. So, dubstep, a lot of the time when you've got types of dubstep, you've got death step, you've got robo step, you've got vomit step, you've got what's another step that I could think off the top of my head? Rhythm. Well, it doesn't have step in the name, but if you're going by that kind of scheme, you would think something like dark step is dubstep. For the most part, as far as I know, no, dark step is actually a type of drum and bass. Another thing that I find weird is that a lot of the time when step actually exclusively refers to drum and bass, but the step phrase also actually comes from its own genre called two-step. Oh, my head's gonna explode. And so, what's it? What is it called? So, dark step now people are starting to use to describe dubstep. So it's like my brain is about to melt out of my ears because you people just can't use language properly. And that's something I was talking to you, Peter, earlier today with Glenn. Language is a very powerful tool because it's really how we define reality, how we understand things. And so when you've got politicians rewriting language like, oh no, they're not illegal aliens, they're undocumented migrants. No, they're not pedophiles, they're minor attracted people. That kind of misapplication of language is what I despise. Of course, when it comes to like music or like whatever, it's not nearly that bad. I just find it very frustrating. When it comes to political arena, that's how people get led to cults. Something maybe this might be one of the things, Andrew, you missed, and of course Josh. Sorry, Peter and John, you're going to hear this a 9 billionth time. That's the way it is. So I've been watching this history channel called Tick History, and he's really wise and cunning, and he's patient too. So he's a really cool guy, despite not. I was going to say something. So Tick History. I saw a video recently where he basically makes the claim that the term dialect, and what dialect is what causes people to be in cults and not even know it. It's also, from watching the video, I concluded that Marxists and Nazis really don't have too many differences from them. But how dialect is used is to basically get people to believe things that don't even exist. So one of the examples he gave was, a city doesn't tangibly exist. It's just that we all agreed upon that a city exists. Not that I 100% agree with this term, but in principle I do agree. Because, well, God said cities exist, so it exists there. So that kind of abstraction is used to lead people like Marxists to think that, Nazis, modern-day Marxists, lead them to believe that Nazis and fascists are basically the same thing, which is not true, actually. Marxists, Nazis, and fascists have things in principle which are basically the same thing. And even more so, people like Karl Marx, Mussolini, and Adolf Hitler, at the very least, Karl Marx was a Freemason, Adolf Hitler was a Gnostic, he wasn't Christian or an atheist, and there wasn't really many significant differences to me in what they believed. But the dialect is how people believe that today that Nazis and fascists are the same thing, and that Trump is one, and so on and so forth. And they also believe that Marxists are completely different from them. And a lot of the principles, it's the same thing. So that kind of thing is what Slave Driver was going into. So let's continue.
The mitochondria, what it does is energize the cell, so it's like a power button.
Maybe I said something someone did.
Now, what else it does is carry out cellular reactions. Oops, made a mistake there. I'm only human. regarding me like trash. Now here comes that really fun part where I get to pick on the other guys. Wait a second. Me calling you, maybe if you are an idiot, that means I'm insulting you. But what if I don't mean that? Then does that mean that you're judging me and thinking that I'm trying to insult you? Then that just means that you're bullying me, and that bullies are bad, and then, oh my goodness.
Yep. Trash. Actually, to continue the thought, John, I used to like things like ketchup and hot dogs. I believe that don't Andrew. I was trying not to reference that because just in case if this blows up any further, I'm not expecting it to get hundreds of views or anything, but just in case if crazies are lurking everywhere, I don't want them doxing me. So Andrew, please don't reveal any more information of how people can find me or us or whatever. Because you don't know how crazy things can get. Well, I mean, yeah, I know. I mean, we all know where Galloping... Well, at least you and me, we know where Galloping Hill is, and I don't think John does, but... and Peter probably knows, but let's not go any further with that thought. I was going to say that, more often than not, I don't think hot dogs are all that great. I used to think sausages weren't all that great, and now sausages are very delicious. I haven't had enough sausages, the difference between spicy and sweet, but I probably like the sweeter ones because I've had a little too much sugar in my life. And ketchup, I pretty much don't like it anymore. I used to favor it over a lot of condiments, but now I only like it if I want a really classic cheeseburger taste. I remember when I was much younger, my grandparents would take me to Burger King or sometimes McDonald's. I would always love the cheeseburgers, and what stuck out to me the most was the combination of cheese, but more specifically onions, pickles, and ketchup. So I want to look for that. I get that. When I went to Ramapo, they'd have this really rare item that they would sometimes make called cheeseburger pizza. It's actually really delicious. It's one of my favorite foods, period. Cheeseburger pizza. And it had, guess what? Pickles, ketchup, cheese, and onions and stuff, and it tasted delicious. But yeah, Wendy's is good with an asterisk. Also, I have very questionable tastes because sometimes I like Burger King, sometimes I don't want to go there because I feel gross and bloaty afterwards. Let's finish up this thought. What was I going to say? Yeah, sausages are superior to hot dogs because they just taste better. And I'm accustomed to putting peppers, ketchup, and onions on them, which I don't do with hot dogs. Oh, I was going to talk about trash. So yeah, trash. What should I say? So number one, it's another one of those cases where it's a bit difficult to classify songs, but I was able to find a way how to classify things. I want to classify things, number one, to organize the sound in a more understandable thing for myself, and so other people can find it and enjoy it. So this is dubstep, but not dubstep. Like, to me, the way I was writing it, I was in the mindset of this is dubstep, and Slave Driver, I was thinking of it in terms of trap step. Obviously, it's not like typical trap step where booming bass, hype sounds. I don't know what I'm saying, but I kind of thought of trash as trap step, but it wasn't close enough for me to classify it. But then I remembered there's a subgenre of it's like a crossover between, I think, trip hop and neuro drum and bass, where this is basically what's called neuro hop. So imagine trip hop, like hip hop grooves, but in electronic music, and neuro basses that you hear in neuro drum and bass all the time, neuro funk, whatever. So this is that, and I'm just pleased with how this sounds. How it came out. Trying to rack my brain to think of any other spicy information on the song. Yeah, so I was listening to Korn, the band Korn, a new metal band at the time of this album. And I was listening to a garbage amount, like a truckload amount of music. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to list all the albums that I was listening to during the span of July to, let's say, October. So let's do this. So I'm gonna do first artist name or band name, and then album. Well, I think that was that it? Let's start off with what I actually know. Please spam the emojis. We need it desperately. Revive the chat. Hashtag save Exero Landia. So that was only one artist that I was listening to between July and October, maybe a little bit more. I was listening to several artists, and these were entire albums I was listening to. Like, it was insane. Let's go to the next artist. Another two entire albums. Genesis. Mothering. I'm trying to rack my brain. Yeah, that's definitely it. Now I remember. So let's count up all those albums because I may have been listening to even more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I was listening to at least 11 albums over the course of a few months. And so let's explain the relevancy of where trash comes in. So on Korn's self-titled album, they had a few areas on the album where it's not the music, it's just some weird thing. Or some, not necessarily weird thing, but some interesting thing. So, Chutes and Ladders starts off not with some metal beat or something. It starts off with the lead singer named John playing the bagpipes in, I believe, around this place called Indigo Ranch, maybe somewhere else in California. And it sounded really majestic. And so that really made me it loosened my grip on how to write music a bit at the time. Another example was their song Clown on the same album where they begin with like 30 plus seconds of them trying to start a song and constantly just goofing around and failing. And then towards the end of the album, there's a secret track called Michael and Darianne, I think, or something like that. And it's just an abandoned tape of two people bickering and fighting over some sort of instruction manual for something. I don't remember. And so that's why I included this in the beginning of the song. It's a spicy video that I made for science class. There was like this thing that we had to do where we had to have this thing called the cell executive, or basically the president of all the members of a cell, like the mitochondria, like the nucleus, like the not the cell wall. That's only for plant cells. I think we were doing animal cells, other cell organelles, and so mine was the mitochondria, and I made an MLG video edit of it for literally school. It was funny, and I'm so sorry, but today we can't play the final MLG edit of it, but we do have the raw file of it, so we're going to play that at the end. You're going to hear more of the context of why I included it. The other context was I was sassy and sarcastic as frick during this time, at least on camera, and I think that's really interesting. So I put it in, and there's other things I could say, but we don't have infinite amount of time. Another reminder that this is the OG Okay, so let me before I go talk about Deep into Force Part 1. So yeah, let me explore a bit more of why I'm talking about Alex Jones. So I don't frequently watch him at all. For a time, I believe in 2016, I was watching him here and there, and to this day, I still like him. But of course, he's an interesting character for several reasons. Number one, he gets angry a little bit too much, just way too much. So half the time, I can't tell if he's forcing himself so people get amped up and get themselves to hate the New World Order. The other half of it is, I think he's just really that pissed. I think he said that he's a Christian, but he doesn't really. Some of the things he said aren't very Christian at all. Like he says something like God doesn't know where he came from, or certain other things I don't really remember right now. And that's not like that sound for someone who speaks out against the occultists and the Gnostics so much. That sounds Gnostic. Another thing is that they try to character assassinate him and say that he denied Sandy Hook. He never denied it. He just said that there were crisis actors involved. And on the news propaganda stations like CNN, they do have crisis actors. I'm going to look up something real quick to prove this. Not that these shootings never happened. They most certainly did. But let's look this up. So the first thing I search up is crisis actor CNN, and then CNN has an article front and center why there aren't any crisis actors in our sources. Yep, I'm definitely going to believe you, obviously. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see this because it's obviously going to get censored on Google. But what I was going to show you was there is an individual who's been in multiple tragedies that were shown on air. And so, yes, that exists, and they generate false narratives. They fabricated entire events, such as... Oh, here we go. There we go. Look at this one right here. Look at this spicy little piece of information. Yeah, we could go into this more and more. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, if he mentioned that the crisis actor type thing, that's mostly what he was pointing to. And so they want to assassinate his character, make him patient zero for what's going to happen to all of us if we step out of line. I'm losing track of what I was saying, but I'm just saying that most of what he says comes true. Just give it time. If he says something crazy and outlandish, just give it time. It's going to happen. I wouldn't be surprised if he said that space lasers destroyed part of Maui and Hawaii, or maybe the entire place. I wouldn't be surprised if he said that some time ago, because now it happened. Obviously, they will not say space lasers on fake news network, but I believe it happened. Oh, let's talk about the actual song itself. So, Deep in a Force Part 1 was... I find the things interesting, but I don't want to talk my head off. Let's just say that I'm really happy with how Deep in a Force came out. Actually, here's an interesting part that I want to describe. Well, actually, number one, let's talk about sound design. Because sound design is a massive part of how I make my music. Melodies are the biggest thing for me, but it's hard to call anything the biggest thing within my music because so many things have equal footing. So melodies and how they sound and scales and time signatures and whatnot, that's really important to me. Sound design is also really big for me. So let me pop open a program. I frequently use... Hold on. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, good. I'm only asking that because whenever I open up certain programs, I have to readjust my sound card settings, or whatever the heck it's called. So this is one of two primary programs that I use to make Deep in a Force Part 1. And so FM synthesis. So FM8 is a type of FM synthesizer. I don't think you're going to be able to hear that. I'm not going to adjust the sound settings, unfortunately. But basically, actually, you know what? Hold on. Let's try to get this to work. So this is currently what it's using, but it's not outputting any audio. So I want... This may mess things up, so please, guys, bear with me. I can't hear that, though. Can you guys still hear me? Like my words? Okay, good. Let's move it up a notch a bit. Can you hear me now? Can you hear this too? It sounds a bit staticky, but that's exactly what it would sound like. Okay, great. Okay, thank the Lord. So this is a synthesizer that I used on Deep in the Forest Part 1. And this is the same synthesizer that Skrillex used to make Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites. Presumably, he made the that sound FM8. And for a lot of the time, I'm not used to FM8 synthesis, or FM synthesis, frequency modulation synthesis. So you do this. And so what you do is you feed one oscillator and it modifies. For right now, I can't explain it in super crystal clear detail, but you take this sine wave, put it together, and they create harmonics. These bad boys up here. So when you have a sine wave, it's only one sine wave. All sound is made up of sine waves. I think most of the time, they're just at different pitches and phase offsets. So you've got this. Have that modulate it, for lack of a more specific word, you get this. So that's the synthesizer that I used within Deep in the Forest Part 1. That little bell sound that you hear towards the end, actually, let's play that back. Can't hear it, fam. So yeah, that was used with FM synthesis. And right now, we should have the presets. One preset that I absolutely fell in love with, Multiple Life, is this one called Multiple Life. Thank you for returning, Josh. Thank you for returning, Josh. 444. Just keep spamming that number. We'll find out what 444 means. If you guys stick to the very end, you'll know what 444 means. This is another... So, Josh, I'm just explaining to them one of the two primary synthesizers. Oh, okay, so you can still hear my voice, right? Okay, that's fine. Can you at least hear me and the synth now? Or is the synth too quiet now? Okay, great. Even though that sounds extremely quiet to me, but whatever. So this is the synthesizer, and for the longest time, this kind of thing right here, and what I was explaining to them was that FM synthesis is when you frequency modulate one oscillator with another oscillator, being like a sine wave or a sawtooth wave modulating another one, etc. And so that for the longest time, I didn't want to approach it because it wasn't what I was used to. What I was used to is having an oscillator right here. You don't have to do too much modification, and here another MOS, whatever. And so I started to use it, but I bit the bullet, and I wanted to one of the fun things about sound design is trying something new, exploring new things. So that's exactly how I saw FM8. So I did. So this is one of the sounds. I didn't make this sound, but I used it. They used the preset within the song, and so I found that fun. And so I made an inspired version called Multiple Triggers, which you're also going to hear in Deeper Forest Part 2. And so you also hear Multiple Life in that song as well. But anyway, I tried my hand at it. I got this result. Oh, this is an XY pad where that's another cool feature of this. So yeah, I think another day I'll go a lot more into the sound design type stuff. But right now we're just doing a very brief glance into the mind of my sound design mindset. Since sound design, to reiterate, sound design was a very big portion of this album. In fact, it's why I had so many good memories with the album. One of the primary reasons was because of the sound design that I got into. I bought a suite of software from Native Instruments, the company. I bought a suite of software, and I got truckloads of software, like this one. This is one of my favorite ones, Absinthe 5. And so this is closer to what I was used to, not like... It's called semi-modular structure, where I think that means that you can insert things at will, rather than having more of a set structure like FM8. So let's open up one of the presets that I've got. I made all these right here, some of which are on Bioware, but you won't know that until it comes out or whatever. And so I'm going to go to one of the presets that I used for this. I think there was another synthesizer that I've used frequently called Steam Pipe 2, which sounds kind of like a real instrument, but it's not. It's in the middle section where one of the synths go. Yeah, that was Steam Pipe. That wasn't either of these synths. Some of them I just used straight presets from Absinthe 5, even though I've trying to make more and more of my own. Let's go to Chill Out. Yeah, that's the lead synth to this song. So I just modified it so it wouldn't do that. It would just go straight through, and it could be used as a regular instrument. So that's one cool thing. So yeah, that's why I like this song, and that's why it's on the album. Let's continue. Just asking, do you guys like this kind of sound design type stuff? Because to me, it's one of the most fundamental reasons why I produce music rather than just play my clarinet 24/7. Yeah, I also want to just drop in a quick note about this album. I am Josh. So, one of the things I've been thinking about is I wish that there was more clarinet on this album. In comparison to K2L and the 15th Parallel, at least K2L has more clarinet. You've got 2 songs with clarinet on the 15th Parallel, and that's it. Meanwhile, K2L, you've got more. And so, I wanted to put in more, but I just didn't have the means to do it. But BioArmor, you won't be able to escape that album of clarinets, let's just say. And so let's move on to the next track. I'm just pausing this real quick because I want to really. He's doxing him in 4K. So I just want to reiterate something real quick. I don't expect this at all of people typically, especially within live streams that you guys have lovingly attended. But please stick to me till the very end of the album, because my initial intention was to listen on the first live stream just straight through. It wasn't supposed to be 3 or 4 or whatever live streams. So if we can just try and commit till the very end of the album, at the very least, awesome. And if you have the desire, stick around for more, because I'll do some other things that I wasn't going to normally do during this live stream. Like, there were some key videos I wanted to play, like that dialectic video that I'm talking about from Tick History, and another very important video that was crucial to my testimony of coming to Christ. And some other fun parts, like where the heck does that weird sample in the beginning of Trash come from? And maybe just a few more things. So please, guys, stick around to the end. We're about, I don't know how much left into the album, but I might talk a lot less so we can get to the end of the album quicker. So, I just noticed something weird, and I typed a reply to Andrew and I said, let's shoot Quantico with space lasers. It did not go through. I don't know why. Let's not jump to conclusions, but let's hope that the YouTube gods are not watching us. Let's just say. If this, the god of YouTube, with a little g, not an actual g, the god of YouTube is here, we're going to get a Ouija board out and we're going to try to summon it. The YouTube gods of censorship. And I don't know. So I will definitely skip to meanwhile. Um, but I know that 4 people are in the chat, or at least last time I checked, which was like a minute or two ago. I'm not. Please don't feel like I'm coming hard on you, down on you guys, because I love you, and I'm so thankful that you're even here. But I mean, sometimes I'd appreciate it if we could just be a little bit more commenty. Now, of course, not trying to like enforce comments, but if I ask a question with your guys' names in it, please reply. And yes, I see you, John. Because the thing is, like, yeah, so I'm definitely skipping a meanwhile. Because the thing is, like, I feel like with a lot of people, well, just in general, if I don't really see comments in the chat, not that, like, I need to enforce comments or jokes or whatever every 5 seconds. If I just have a very important question pertaining to the live stream, it means that you guys still want to participate and want to be in it. Because if I ask X, Y, and Z people, do you want to do this within the chat, but I don't get an answer, that means that that it's, again, I don't want to like hammer anyone over the head about this. This is supposed to be a chill session, not Daniel chastises his 4 loyalists in 4K. So yeah, let's skip to this. This is the part where you do a speed run, but you shortcut through most of the bosses in the video game. Meanwhile, the minor boss. Oh, we don't want to hear me talking over the music, or at least I don't. Okay, we're about to take a big gulp and go into the final, uh, the last rung of the deep end. Not in 8 feet now, we're in 24 feet deep. So actually, to finish my thought about that whole Taylor Swift thing, I actually don't know if she was a Christian artist. All I remember is that she used to make country music, and as far as I remember, she said she was a Christian. She may have been a Christian artist, but she certainly isn't now. Definitely not a true one. And I feel like a lot of Christian artists aren't Christians, and they're just doing white magic, if that's the right phrase. Why were you required to listen to a 10-minute Taylor Swift song? Not to sound arrogant or I think I'm better than these people, but I think the pop artists should stay off the 10-minute songs. That's my territory. Get off my lawn, thank you. I didn't even see that from you. You said, remember kids, Karma is Taylor Swift's true boyfriend. Her true god. The breeze through her hair and her relaxing thoughts. What? Where are you getting that idea from? Too many Swifties in DC. Well, if DC's chock full of occultists and her music is black magic or whatever color magic, they go hand in hand. And P.S. DC is chock full of occult signs. The Washington Monument, I think it's called. It's literally just a penis. It is. It's literally just a reference to the penis. And when you see it in aerial view, there's two giant circles that intersect that's supposed to represent the vagina. And so they intersect, and that's fertility symbolism that the occult is addicted to. And then the reflecting pool, that big pool thing, whatever, in Washington, D.C., that's another occult symbol. I don't know if Washington was an occultist or if the country was founded on Freemasonry, but all I know is that Freemasonry and all the occult stuff has been almost as old as the country, maybe as old, maybe older. Another thing is that, you guys probably already know this, but for the people watching afterwards, the entire live stream, hang on a second, kiddies. I'm going to look up something that should blow people's minds, but also people should already know by now. Guess what that is, kids? If you could see that this is the White House, need I explain more? What do I need to explain more with this image? I both hope that you know this, Andrew. Also, I don't hope that you know this because now I get to reveal spicy information that opens your mind a bit, but your mind's probably already open anyway. Oh, okay, never mind. So this is nothing new. I'm beating a dead horse, apparently. For the people listening after this live stream was recorded, know that. You should know that. And you should look into why that's the way it is. Also, fun fact, look into numerology. It's important. Both the occultists obsess over it, but also God uses it. A lot of things, like, here's another point, and this point is going to be pretty big for bioarmor. Bricks are not evil, but they were used to build the Tower of Babel. Social media, TikTok, is not inherently evil, but it's being used to further a bad thing. Numerology isn't inherently bad, but it's used to create dates like 9/11 and etch them into people's brains like trauma. Alright, so, anyway. So yeah, last scope. Do you want to guys just jump right in? Yeah, let's jump right in. No hesitation. Okay, so this is about to be the final gulp of the final gulp. So we're about to hit the fifth movement. Funny because the occultists would say that, what was it, we're either in the fifth age or we're about to enter it. Well, guess what actually happens during this period and during this fifth movement? We'll see. I'll just give you a quick hint. So what we're about to hear are interpretations of the 7 final plagues that damn the world. So I'm just trying to find the right. What's it called? I keep thinking it's Revelation 13, and I know it's not that because Revelation 13 is something completely different that Rise of the Lawless One covers. Revelation 16. So that this movement we're about to hear is based off of that. Any other thoughts I can do before we plunge into the deepest parts of the ocean? So I can't think of anything else really. Oh, I'm also not going to show my face so you can like completely take in what you're about to hear. So bye bye, but also not bye bye because I'm right here with you. With all 4 of you, two or three of you which seem to refrain from. I don't know. I'm not trying to be hard on anyone here, so I love y'all really much. Okay, let's go. Freaking alarm. Okay, now you can actually hear me. Well, what do you guys think? It's the end of K2L. We've completed the album. How do you feel? How do we feel? What are the questions going in through our heads? What are the comments? What are the freaking spice levels? Yeah, yeah. Okay, number one, I'm hoping that we remember certain melodies throughout the album. Thank you, Andrew. I will remember that forever. I will. When we actually reach a new eternity, I will still remember that comment about the song while we're in a new eternity, referring to a new eternity. And think about that. That's actually true what I'm saying, even though it's a joke, it's true at the same time. That's true. They can do all the pyrotechnics and rituals they want, but my fire is better than yours. My God's cooler than yours. And my God beats up your gods. It's true. Also, what was I going to say? Yeah, so I'm hoping that we remember parts of the album. So that's how 7 Days of Fire really works. Because if you don't remember anything besides the Fear Locked and Bundled, you're gonna want to listen to the album again, because then this makes 7 Days of Fire even more insane. It makes you understand how the music equates to the verses more, and how the topics more. Because also, like this entire song. Because I don't want to spell it out for you guys, because once you guys discover these things on your own, that's where the truth, that's where the real enjoyment lies. Like, Jesus is not going to tell you X, Y, and Z and how to, like, should I take the bus stop today? He's not going to tell you that. Because critical thinking and giving you a parable will not only give you the answer, it'll help you give you that answer in other circumstances. So same thing with this song. So you guys want to watch a few more spicy moments? We'll close up at 11:15. You ready for the spice? The other spices? Like, I know I've been saying spice half to death, so spice, when I'm referring to what I'm about to show you guys, probably means nothing. I mean, as in, these are going to be some really cool clips that I didn't show at all in any of the streams. I'm going to be showing audio bits, videos, and stuff. Okay, so we're ready. Okay, so number one, what I'm about to show you is on both the hard copy and the Bandcamp version. It's not on this version that I'm showing you guys right here, although part of it is. Again, I don't want to listen too much, and also, I didn't leave this blank for nothing, let's just say. So you're gonna have to find that out on your own time. This right here, I didn't forget. Oh, this number right here? Oh, let me move myself aside for a second. This number right here, it means something. I'll explain it to you guys in just a second. Everyone else who didn't attend the stream, unfortunately, will not know what 444 means. That's the way it goes. Alright, so number one. Gotta make sure I've got the right version. Why would I say that? So... Hold up, wait a minute, fam. Okay, kids. So, Andrew, I'm posting the wrong stuff right now. I'm posting all the wrong stuff. That's okay. So, Andrew, you're the only one who would know, first of all, how to do this. I've shown you something similar a Sunday or two ago, maybe even 3 Sundays ago, where I took you to my website. And something on the website led to something else that starts to get you into a real interactive mode. You're not just... This is no longer just us doing it chat mode. Now what I want you guys to do is to do something. I'm about to play this. Don't immediately do it, but keep it in mind. Ooh, what's this gonna be? And then this mindset will lead you into bioarmor. So let's jump straight in. No more prep.
Perhaps in your thought, there's not geen eens de station is law, dat les ik de benen. Ja, je zei je make je naam bach of met een real orchestra. Je orchestra like man now, Thomas and yes, some of things, some of the over off the right area, but so so we spoke the over off the right area, so we're like there maybe right. Je hebt zo'n al de neem binnen. Maar ze doet niet. Om ze doet niet en je zei like there's just scattery and I don't miss it. Maar you're gonna be nice to see it thread. Hurry, here, see if yes, there's no air to say that. No scandals. No, we can still miss it on a little sea of it all. Was sold in beer, and yeah, the Syria and the girls in there. Well, I was the denier a lot of Svilgeria. I'm sure there is in it, Mr. Said us to us that the internet, the very hairy sealer was dusting it. He said, you'll be very for the outside. You'll be very villain in the American law. Dimmer, why I see it on the leak through the bag feather here. She it's in a scully. Right here, I said, question, he'll drop them some. Snake, blast dimmer, beat on him with Lizzie near rope. Very sturdy, Leslie, see the vein and that light, and we'll be better up soon. Mir's name, damn, if he said by it, and we'll be better. Well, I was there, it's a woman, but her, the sturdy lord with us. Going all on similar than I had the master in the Marfus of Sunny Swim, you must say. Go over here, so do you shit on what there fit them on, but sitting here had taken on one ad, nay. Sir Barracks, someone where he was doing on out of there from the shame, from must necessarily guys of us, and I'll wait if it can be that house, bias and the cashier skitha. Well, you did read a lie, you give an alienation boost to your value of Syrics and refer here's the X to square feet. Huh? Lock me burn the way. Hurry out from it. Name. Third. I actually wall the cinema here that's nice. They're real sky. They and I. Oh, missing his high clips. This is oh, missing his locked over for a pair of names. It was a whole yash need. That's a one on everyone. Oh, just know. Get on the middle of the song by blood to the cat to the knife. No. Yeah, you saw. No, it's not to get bit. We're will be peace and yes, the doing law, you might yes, and less seriously. Yes, one will be written name as a dear snacker, little miss, the full miss, and the guest be as I could believe say, little people, the name as it. I guess the show was not on this. His name shoes just had mouse standing. Well, all but shoes didn't smack it. Number last voice, it's it. The bed, so it's on. We have a miss it. Ze said, oh yeah, bach dog, but sure we rest. He rest bach nail number 4 people. So ye, I both missed the name of the last new.
And what is in it? There's no sin, it's how give it up beyond that accending it massage or saucer survive this soy. And her certainly off the spin off, sure, let's survive the way if you need specific 7 was we need them. Never had another bit of hard, never had enough. Yeah, I know. Well, I did make the guy up. Yeah, I get back there again. So, really, kill it. River up with the deep hand. Look at it. You're all here, Brenda. Get rook.
Alright, having your ass. Girl, picture this.
The rapper, we decided to go down to the get off that. You're at the
Peter Popper necessary wake up.
Very good. So very good. I get that and that's no one on the next. They ask you, Mr. Book, yeah, I got it. Why, her fucker, this is ill. Why, if that do a sure for that, here perhaps in not a bill, or me the great sinners that honors them with nons over the sharp road nail, and it must be look this and the yellow rest. That's really is have no as you gave me less disrespect there.
Okay, so what the frick was that? What the frick was that? So, obviously, I'll say the quiet part out loud. Listening to an audio sample for 4+ minutes of just complete reverse talking is boring as frick. However, I kept silent because what I want you guys to do, and I can say the quiet part out loud for all this because you guys kind of earned it. The 3 people, I guess, now. So, what you want to do is, once this live stream is over, whenever you feel free to do something, you don't have to do it immediately tonight. Go to the recording of this. During this portion of the segment where you hear this reverse audio, screen record this. There is a way to do so, and you don't have to pay money or anything. Screen record the audio, put it into something like Audacity or any DAW, reverse the audio. There's going to be some key things that I've talked about during the live stream that may be of interest to you guys. For you guys, unfortunately, I think it won't be really anything new. There still will be cool information you might hear from it, but what I wanted people to do is attend and get as many people as possible to attend this live stream. Because I know a lot of people have no idea this knowledge, namely Catholics, and a bunch of different people. So what I would have wanted to do is have them come to this portion of the live stream, and have them reverse the audio, figure it out, and then learn the knowledge. Oh, why is 444 the thing? It's my... Oh my gosh, now we got 2 people, great. So, for the 2 people who have actually stuck through, 444, number 4. That is a number that God has used within my life, significantly. Initially, K2L was going to be my 4th album. It eventually ended up not being it. It's now my 2nd album, because I say so. K2L is 16 tracks long. That's 4 times 4. Wow. There are plenty of moments, key moments in my life where God used the number 4 to forge my personality, or it was the way it is. 4 is my anagram number. Now, I used to think that the anagram number thing was a complete occult nonsense, but it's another one of those things where it's not inherently evil, it's just obsessed by evil people. So, my anagram number is 4. It's my personality. It's when I looked at it up, I was just like, this is my entire life. It planned out to a T. So that's why I keep flashing 444. But also, the occult weirdos, they like to do the numerology thing, so I'm using it against them, in a way. And that's going to be also a building block for bioarmor. So, for you guys, the 2 who are left, presumably Andrew and John. And if you're Andrew and John, please, for the love of God, leave a comment so I know that I'm not wasting my time right now. Okay, I got John's comment. Hopefully Andrew stuck through to the end, because he is uber epic. Dang, I don't know who this final person is. For all I know, it's me, because I'm also monitoring myself. That's why I keep looking over. Alright. I'll just nudge Andrew to look at this at the end of this portion. So, yeah, so I'm going to send you guys the links on how to reverse this audio, because you guys have gone through so much. You've been the only troopers through all this. So you guys get the freebies. So I'm gonna give you the means to be able to... Actually, screw it. I'm going to send you guys the audio file itself. Of course, I don't want to give you too much. I don't want to make it too easy because it's still supposed to be fun. I'm going to send you the audio file. I'm going to send Andrew the audio file, and whoever else I think maybe who stuck through the end and kind of deserves that special treatment. So you can reverse the audio. You're going to get spicy clips. And again, this kind of interactivity will be crucial to bioarmor. Also, Andrew... I just hope is in the chat, but probably isn't because I knew he would reply. So there's something on my website currently that will lead you to something spicy. So since I don't want to tease you any further, but again I still don't want to spoil it. What the F? F as in frig. Oh, got him. So yes, there's my website. There's the music. And the whole idea is to, we got these 4 album descriptions and stuff. Got 1 through 4. What the frick is going on here? And so hopefully the idea is for you to, because a lot of the time people will be viewing this on mobile, so you're gonna tap the screen, and hopefully the idea is as you're tapping or with your cursor, you'll realize that any single time that you go over these texts, you can't click it. It does that. You scroll over these. What's that? That's not the regular cursor for when you drag over something you can't click. That's clickable. So this is clickable. This is clickable. This is clickable. So this is also another moment. Another like interactive detective Easter egg hunt moment. This especially. These two links are a bit less important. This one is the real juicy moment. This is even juicier than what I just showed you, the 444 thing. 444 audio. So, yeah. I'm hoping Andrew just came back, because now we're back at 3 people. Andrew, please say if you're in the chat. I can't bear to end this with... oh, man. Because it's just disappointing that so many people... Like, number one, I don't think anyone's doing this on purpose. People just have lives. But it's disappointing that we could only end this with 3 people, and a lot of this was just inconsistent. So, unfortunately, most people will not witness the spice of this. 3 people currently will. So, yes, go here, click that, discover the next breadcrumb that will lead to bioarmor. Alright, so another thing I wanted to show you guys is this. I'll just show like a few minutes of, because it's 30 minutes and I want to get to other things before we close up finally. Hoping that's actually his channel name, because it's sad if it wasn't. Okay, cool, it is. Get 7 Days Out of Fire out here, and then obviously this, when I'm scrolling around right here, it's not empty. It's not empty. Ooh, you clicked it already. Nice. Nice. My boy. My boy. Well, don't say too much. Don't do too much. Don't put it into the chat, because if anyone's watching right now, they have to do the work. Obviously, it's not laborious work. It's fun work. It's supposed to be fun interactivity. So obviously don't say anything else beyond that. Yeah, especially the final one, because the final one's really, really big. And so, let's go to that video I was talking about. The one where I was talking about this tick history guy and his thing and whatnot. His dialectic kind of concept. Oh, dang, you retracted your comments. That's sick. Thank you. I forgot that that's a thing. Exclamation marks. Nice. Let me know. Text me later on tonight, John, why you put several exclamation marks there. What the frick was this? Why am I not surprised? Alright, tick history. Dang it. Lord help me now. It's literally a video that I literally just put up on Facebook, which I know no one clicks on. Or would have clicked on, probably. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being pessimistic. Please bear with me. I'm so sorry it took this long, but I really didn't have much of a choice. I'm getting a little impatient. There we go. Let's watch a few minutes worth of this. Just a few. Dude, you'd be so sick if you watched this, but you probably won't.
The man behind the curtain is a priest. The curtain obscures the fact that what you're looking at is a religion, and everyone comes away thinking that it's a science. No, it's not. When you pull back the curtain, you're left with religion, and the curtain is called the dialectic. Dialectic is a process of obscuring the fact that you're dealing with a religion, and it's also the process of tricking you into believing in this religion. Now, the Marxists will screech and say that Tick doesn't understand because Karl Marx said in Das Kapital that it's not a religion. They don't believe in gods and they are purely material. But it is a religion, and I don't care what the curtain says. It's a religion, and I'm going to prove it. But it's not just Marx, it's Mosley, Mussolini, and Hitler as well. They all believe in this religion, and they all use the dialectic to obscure the fact that it is a religion. The dialectic explains why, when you read their books, a lot of the time it sounds really strange. When you're reading Das Kapital or Mein Kampf, you're thinking, why has he written it like that? Why is he not using normal language? And the dialectic explains it. Anyone who believes in the dialectic writes really badly, and the reason why is because their objective is not to explain, it's to obscure. They are the curtain that pulls itself in front of the priest. So, in order to explain this, I have to remind you of what this religion is. James Lindsay has once again explained this brilliantly in a series of lectures on YouTube. I will post links to those lectures below. They are by far the best explanations I've seen of this, so I'm going to encourage you to watch them at the end of the video to get another perspective on this. So let's just start from the foundations. The faithful of this religion believe that there is a true God that's not material, it's not physical, it's purely spiritual. It's the absolute idea, or the spirit, or whatever you want to call it. But they also believe that there was a split in the heavens, and from this split you get shards of the true God cast into the ether. The demiurge, the devil, then creates the material realm, this world we inhabit, as a prison for the shards of the true God. So if you think about the Matrix, we're all in this fantasy world that's not real, we just think it is, and Agent Smith, the demiurge, is trying to prevent us from realizing what we are. We are God. We don't know we're God, but if we realize that we are, we will see the code in the Matrix and win. But what this means is that the material world, and every single one of us in it, are shards of the idea, God. And God...
Okay, so since we're trying to actually go to sleep soon, I'm going to now move on to two other clips. This next one is the reason why, the really big reason why I even started K2L. How, really, even more importantly, how I came to Christ. Really important video. It's not the only video. I've seen a lot of things. Like, the funny thing is how YouTube recommendation feed is give or take. It's either going to use you to trigger you into going you down the wrong path, like, oh, look at that sexy image of a woman, or it can lead you to videos that are very crucial that led to my testimony of becoming a Christian. So, actually, I'm going to take this away real quick. And sorry this is so slow, especially at this moment in time. Don't play. Why is my computer so slow? You guys
trying to prevent us from realizing what we are. We are God.
Like this?
We don't know we're God.
You guys can still hear me even though I'm not on the screen, right? Or I don't think I am. Oh, I am still. It doesn't matter. I'm not trying to hide my face. I'm just trying to prepare this, for lack of better words. So, don't autoplay, but you will. See, also kind of the sad thing is though I'm trying to reward you guys with this information, namely you, John, and whoever the heck else is on the stream. A lot of this stuff you'll just already know, but hope to God some people know what other people are hearing me right now. All right. Oh my gosh, man. So we're not gonna. I'm trying to scroll in through here because there's two of these videos, one or two of these videos that I watched from him. I can't remember which one it was, or maybe they're the same thing and I didn't watch the entirety of it. Oh my lord. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the other one.
And that's all he did. Simply reverse it and made it.
Oh, no, not yet. So yeah. So this is what really, this is another reason why I did these cool looking symbols on K2L. Not because I'm an occultist and not because I worship that garbage that you're looking at right now. That garbage is damnable. But, and retarded too. I at least when I looked at the symbols, they were really cool because it gets a really crucial concept that perpetuates throughout society into a simple little drawing. So that's why I created those three symbols, because they represent things I realized and struggled with, but all of humans either are enslaved to or not. So yeah, let's something. Okay, right here.
Verse 26. But ye have borne the tabernacle of your Moloch, and Chion, your images, the star of your God, which ye made to yourselves. When Solomon had the temple built, he used people from a land called Tyre. Tyre worshipped a god called Baal. This is the symbol of Baal, not the stars of David. This is the seal of Solomon. It comes from the Jewish Kabbalah. And in that time, that's Jewish magic. You see, not all Jews worship the same God. Does that mean that the people of Israel, because they've taken that symbol for the symbol of their country, does that mean that they're evil? No, they're deceived. It's very subtle. And Satan, we all know that Satan can deceive people very, very well. Here's the next one. Everybody recognizes the one at the top. All-seeing eye. One found on the back of the dollar bill, and also the seal of the Illuminati. But what you don't know or may not know is that the triangle has always been a very powerful occultic symbol, because it's a spell-casting symbol, and it actually represents the three elements of all witchcraft: earth, wind, and fire. Hey, wasn't there a group called that? Huh.
Yeah, so this is an ex-Satanist who became a Christian, and his testimony of being in the occult and then coming out of it, or this is the kind of stuff where I refer to the occult, because I feel like the word occult and Illuminati are both convoluted terms, vague terms in their own way. But he came out of that. And that led to me becoming a Christian. I'll probably provide a link to this as well. A very final video I have for tonight before we go to unconscious mode. Alright, so get rid of this. And John, please let me know if you're still here, because I don't know. Well, whoever is left, enjoy this.
Hey, how's it going? Now let's cut that part out because I don't know. Hi, I'm Daniel. That's not important. What's important is the mitochondrion, and first of all, we're gonna explain that. Don't worry, but I can explain to you why I think why the world needs the mitochondrion. Mitochondrion. But mitochondria is plural for it, but I don't freaking know. Fish base. Hi, I'm Daniel. That's not important. What is important is the mitochondria and the cell. And furthermore, I'm going to tell you why the mitochondrion should be the cell executive for the year, century, millennium, eternity. Why keep on moving? I get to pick on the other. Not breathing. Energize the cell. Mate, I'm adjusting the camera. Okay, now that we know what the mitochondria does in a very generalized idea. There's much more important things specifically, but we just want you to get the point. The mitochondria, what it does is energize the cell, so it's like a power button to the cell. Now, what else it does is carry out cellular reactions. Oops, made a mistake there. I'm only human. Okay, now I want to explain all that, paraphrase it, just to get to the important stuff, even though there's many more important things that the mitochondria does in specific, but here's the summarization. The mitochondria does is basically it's a power button for the cell. It energizes the cell, and what it also does is carry out cellular reactions. For instance, like cellular respiration. Now, I want you to imagine you, yes, you, not breathing. That's what the cell is like without the mitochondria. I'm serious, it's just like dead.
Alright, so yeah, okay, this wasn't all that as good as I thought it would be. It was going to be good because I would have actually, had I had the time, presented the MLG version of this, which is not boring at all, and does not drone on for, how long is this video? 11 minutes? Yeah, because obviously watching a raw video of me trying to improvise information and having to do several takes, and droning on as a 14-year-old, I don't think that's very spicy, but in due time, I will provide a link in the description below. So thank you so much, John. I hope that there is a second person in there, because it could be just me monitoring myself, but it's been a pleasure. Hope you enjoyed the album. Hope you got a lot more out of it. Hopefully you'll also listen to the album frequently, because the more you listen to it, the more you're going to get out of it. Obviously, I'm not expecting you to get addicted, but yeah. Thank you. God bless. And have a good night, everyone.